Good morning, or whatever it is, wherever you are. Thanks for talking now. Alright, so I did a little playing around offline. Let's see. Also, it was messing with. Did it change? Oh, I started doing this. Pixel. I think I just had this off. Because max zoom doesn't work. So we have to fix that bug sometime. Or investigate that bug or something. But floors. Okay, there's other kinds of floors. Mean getting rid of the F's when we try to parse numbers and detecting if it's there. It means sorting it below so it draws first. And it means breaking up our objects into two layers so that we don't replace the floor when putting something on top of it. Actually, in town is probably a better example of that. Bodies, bowls. Yeah, these things need to be more centered. Probably, I guess I could do some of this baseline stuff. I mean, these looked okay just sitting there. But for small object, I could probably fudge this up. But what I want to do is get actual sprite offsets so that, I mean, the berry bushes could be higher. I think some of the crop rows are... Well, no, because they're going to line up with berry bushes, which are up a little bit. I think these are probably up a little bit. Trees, I'm actually not sure about. But then these things are going to be much more particular. So we have to figure out where we get that information from. So is that... Well, sprites do have some information. It has a name? Some properties. Does sprites also have an offset? Like or a rotate center? Well, that I should be able to get from code. When we actually load this stuff up. I'm actually need something in the code. That would be like object bank? Or is there like a sprite bank? Actually, sprite bank. This is probably going to pretty closely... So ID, multiplicative bend, maximum pixel dimension used for sizing of pickers, total width. Offset relative to... Okay, so these are all things that would be useful, but I need to know what the actual properties are. That would be protocol. Actually, if that was doc, would it be in here or in data? Definitely not here. Okay, that is in fact all raw stuff. No. Okay, so nothing that obvious like the protocol documentation. About load? Sprite loading record? I mean, that would get used where it was loading, right? Load sprite from raw TGA data. But that's the TGA. We need the text. Sprite, hitmap, loading, dummy values. Contents. Tokenized string. Greater than or equal to 2. Spending that's multiplicative blend. Num token is going to equal to 4. Then it is center anchor offset of a. But the sprites are the pieces. Hey, Lord Zerif. I think objects are actually made of pieces. And this is getting the size from loading the images. Object bank. I think that might be just implicitly positioned from its pieces. Cached height. There is a way to calculate that. Didn't work. What didn't work? Get object height. Compute object height. Sprite record, get sprite record. Count transparent sprites. Oh, that might be the like smoke and fires and stuff. Height and width. Oh, does your pre-computed hit map? Rad. Anchor above top pixel. That's a fancy word. Height equals pos y plus rad. I guess distance out? Silica or quartz dust. Yikes. Oh, is this the furthest extent? This is going over both height and width. In order. Kind of. I mean, it's usually called handkerchief, but I guess that's one way to describe it. Huh, that's an interesting way to measure height. Just taking like the first. Well, you're gonna be waiting a few hours. So that will, well, I guess height from base, maybe. Okay. I guess if he's just looking for the tallest part. Maybe. But we're essentially looking at, and this is accounting for some transparent pixels in there. But these are all. How does that map to the image I get? So he's placing stuff at center, and then all the sprites are placed relative to that. So I might need to do something in the object processing process. It must be searching into the repository. Yeah, it's not. And he put it in this directory, so it's. Well, I mean, maybe if we go into source. There's Sprite and there's Sprite processor. Render sprites, visible sprites. Remove multi-use sprites. Clothing sprites that aren't worn. Set transform, clear rect, sprite of sprite. Draw sprite. Okay, so he does get sprite bound sprites. New canvas, new context. Bounds. So that's the total bounds. Oh, so that bounds will probably be around center? That's the text file. Parse extra data. Draw sprite directly. Draw sprite image, read that. And we get the width and height from there. Okay, so canvas.image. So so I'm not going to be able to do width and height processing here if we continue using one text stuff. So I'm going to have to go get my laptop set up. Bounds. Oh wow, it's kind of doing the same thing. Sprite points. Oh, okay, this is just the boundary? Oh, so width and height, and then we go through and... Oh wow, fancy rotation stuff. So, I think what I might... well, there's... Sprite bounds... Sprites bounds... Go through all the sprites. It adds a little bit to it, and then... Trim stuff off, gets the new min-max. Yeah, so I think sprites bounds is what we need. Well, the information we need, but that's going to be relative to... Let's see, when we were drawing initially, it was drawing by the lower left corner, I think. I'm going to have to see what these look like. But since... Yeah, this all depends on the canvas stuff that I was not able to get directly running here. All right, I'm going to need a minute to get my other computer set up, and I was thinking I might want to take a short break anyway. So I'll be try to get all that cross-streaming stuff set up. Be back in a few minutes. Wait, didn't I just go past that? Okay, there's the cuttlefish.
Fight's almost over. Ow! Ow! Fight's over.
Huh. I wasn't there a second ago. Looking. Where's it that way? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slip a little nip there. Just put this iron down. I'm getting old.
You're getting our Uno cards in all of the cookie crumbs. Anybody know the top 5 ways to hide a body?
We could check out here. Zipline here. I know all these things.
I'm just joking. Joking. Totally a joke. Totally. Yeah! Woo! Even through all that, Mom. Even through all that, I won the round. Because my team is cool.
You are the Apex champions.
Ah. Ah. Man, that was mean. Hey, no, stop. Stop, no. Okay, I need you guys to see what...
Oh god. At least we can keep this and this powered overnight now.
We have a power shortage.
Well, you know, I wish we could anyways.
All right, I think we got things relatively back. So probably I'm going to want this camera. Oh, you know what I forgot to do is move the mic. So that's going to take another minute. All right, we're getting audio. We should still have, now what did I... Well, I thought I had a key combo for that. Okay, fine. I'll have to look that up later. Wait. Why are you just not on? Okay then. I guess we have no webcam. That seems to be a bug with the newest version of OBS. Alrighty then. Anyway. Well, actually, you got the same problem, don't you? CD process, source, Sprite processor. Alright, so what are we outputting right now? I mean, we're probably going to want to completely replace this at some point, but it's going into public, static. Sprite is entirely images right now. I guess we can consider this object information. Now, for me, having this in a separate file, I don't think that's probably useful. We've got objects.json, which might have things I don't need. So we've got IDs, we've got names, we've got a couple classifications of things. I don't need difficulties. This is probably just peculiarities to my environment here. Yeah, it's like I don't need the food, I don't need tools. You could maybe do some stuff with heat mapping at some point. Biomes, I might want to do a separate thing for. So this is Sprite processor. So right now all this does. All right, we're package.json, just dev build. Oh, right, so it's just like node process. Where's getting the process command from? Does it automatically look in the process directory? Oh, no, because it's in this directory. No, that just has test. Oh, there's the process.js. Do download, do sprites, do sounds. Processor, do download. And then processor.process. Convert sprite images, convert ground images. That's probably TNG to TGA to PNG. And then game data process sprites. Import, 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 export objects. And that is after sprites if it processed sprites. But maybe I should have a separate file for that. Game data, export objects. Prepare static dir, save JSON, this.objects data, which is objects, blah, 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 blah. IDs, names. It doesn't seem to have the heat information. Maybe it's part of one of the sub-objects. Convert sprite images. Okay, that's the PNG. Convert ground images. Process sprites. Sprite processor. So you are not writing anything by yourself. So maybe the object size information should be a separate file. Objects equals this.objects. New sprite processor.process this.objects. Okay, so it might actually have the object reference. This.objects is import objects. Process object. ID in objects. Object.id. Visible sprites of object. So we do have room where we could potentially attach this to an object. Visible sprites. Render sprites. Yeah, and num uses is a thing we may have to decide if we want to address later. So that's the list of visible sprites. Render sprites is just a sprites and a name. We get the bounds there, but we don't currently have an object reference to save it to. Which unfortunately will mean recalculating stuff to get that. All right, that's not a big deal there. So if we have the visible sprites, and that is what goes to sprites bounds. Ooh. Did I miscount my parentheses? I did. Okay, it's working on something. Oh, maybe it was doing the, no, that's object stuff. Okay, so right now it's shelling out. So these are already converted right now. I might need to see if there's a little extra hook I can put in here to short circuit some of this process. Because the TGAs are already converted. Okay, so we are in fact, our mins are routinely negative. So the min x, min y might be what I need to place it. All right. Main processor. Converting. Can we skip that for now? And actually, I really don't care about depth. I need to figure out, it would be, actually, was it game data? Had the export objects. IDs I could maybe use, what was filters? Names. I don't need them yet, but having a hover might be nice. So difficulties. Not really relevant for us. Filters. Oh, heat sources is one of the filters, so badges. Container. Yeah, so filters I don't think we need. Badges we don't need. Versions don't need yet. That's not really relevant for me. Biomes is something we may in fact want later. Although I have other work I need to do on that. And wow, that's still going. All right, so object, game object, I guess. The easiest thing is going to be to take bounds and just jam it in there. We could possibly reduce it to an array for file compactness. Sign data, JSON data. Is there a particular thing that determines the output format? Object filters, object badges, biomes.map to ID, map to ID. Well, we're going to have our local object. Constructor data text, parse data. This is really just going to be a placeholder. So Sprite processor gets a max x, max y. And then object.bounds equals I might not strictly need both sides of the bounds, but maybe it'll have usefulness. And then, so the way this outputs is we have IDs, names, objects. So in the spirit of how this is working, you could make the file a little bit more compact by doing separate arrays of min x, min y, because you would save all the extra brackets. How big is the file right now? Well, of course, we're going to remove some of the stuff here. 160 kilobytes. We remove a bunch of stuff. We're going to add a bunch of stuff. That would be one way to address that array translation. I think the big thing they saved off of an array of objects thing was just having the names of the properties. We've already sort of worked around that. and our wonderful JavaScript precision. Maybe I could try rounding those, if indeed those numbers are precisely representable, although integers probably are. Let's see, are there any other steps we could skip? I mean, these I think were built on demand. Main processor, import objects, categories. I actually don't think I need transitions at all. Or versions, probably. Those aren't terribly large steps. All right, so in theory, edge is actually done. And apparently that added a lot to it, because this came up faster before. How big is this now? Okay, it's a lot bigger. Yeah, and there's all the bounds, which are actually a pretty big thing. I think I eventually want to get some biome information here. Does that mean I want to have like a separate file? And then the actual sprite processing, which does happen. Okay, so we still have not output objects for the default version. Okay, so we have something we might be able to use. Oh, I think this will kind of work. So let me get this copied over. Let's see, you are... One hour, one life, one tech, public. Like I'm really only using this one right now. And that goes into the map. We've got a temporary static here. We've got objects.json and pretty objects.json. All right, so we lose that. Now I had some code to load this up earlier when I was looking at the biome stuff. It was kind of messy because there's still some stuff on the biome front that I need to do as far as formatting that better. Oh, this is under object load. Okay, so we just weren't doing that. Wrapper.ids. We did have objects. Oh, so this we were only looking for grid placements before. Biome, biome, biome. Object list. Why are we looking for moving objects? Oh, because they can't be. Okay, so we do have an object list. Oh, these are for the things we actually loaded the file. So this is another place where we could get just those properties we need. So this is the actual objects after all the things that can naturally spawn. All right, so this is wrapper.ids.length. If the name has that property, and that was all we did in that processing chain. So you're going to end up giving me a biome list. So probably I can't do this as a single chain anymore because eventually we're going to need to get, well, I mean, it might just turn it all into one file. So really the point we need to do is we need to get this thing as a promise. And then we have the biome loading and we have biome stuff. How do we set this up? I guess we have object load. We have... Did I... Yeah, I already used that name. Map is an overloaded word here. And if we do biome loading, did I have my volume turned up? No, not really. Huh. Oh, I had my speakers turned up because everything seemed really low for a while. So there's all the biome stuff, which I don't actually need now. I'll definitely need it eventually. And Okay, that is a map of all. Did I use this? Ah, that is for loading the objects themselves as files. That was an array? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wrapper.ids. Biome.objects. Fetch static objects. Oh no, I'm putting it as object.id. But since we don't actually have a thing there, we need to have a separate table for. And this is something I think I need to rework, but. Alright, so objects. Object bounds. Oh, but I do need IDs. So there's going to be the indexes of that. This is going to be object bounds wrapper.ids of that is equal to oh, you're a string, aren't you? I've been treating IDs as IDs. Equals wrapper dot bounds of I. And technically we don't need this right now. Oh, this would probably still be a good thing. Oh, 10 empty slots. Okay. I'm actually kind of surprised we have an object 0. Okay, so when we come, well, technically we need to have this done. And I think there was something down here that dealt with that. Object layer, yeah. Add to map. It actually dealt with that dependency. I may have to deal with that. Let's see if we can get by without it. Just yet. So our sprite layer so we have a grid XY. Oh, yeah, no, I was checking for errors here. I don't think we've really got errors right now. I don't think so. So we are offsetting this by image width. So would this be like object bounds placement.id now that is going to be the offset from center. Oh, but I still needed the... I still need the image width. And I guess I can get that out of the bounds as well. Weird how the regular floors are okay and the bearskin rugs are not. Yeah, fences didn't really work out. I need a area of modeled... Oh, actually the floors are off. So maybe the bounds aren't what I think they were? I mean, it was... Well... Oh, actually they're negative. Yeah, they can be negative. So actually I probably need to be doing whatever we need to be doing here. Which might be a plus 0.5. The problem is I don't know which way is correct. As far as the offset goes. Oh, I could probably find a place on the edge. Right, okay, so that's actually up into, what is that tile? So, is plus 0.5 right? And, I mean, this could be, okay, so we just do a translate. And then we replace it by center. All right, so that did not fix the bearskin rugs. Also, we've got looks like we have a case of the removed tiles here. Well, it fixed their X, but not their Y. That's what's weird about it. I think I remember these being a little bit higher. don't remember exactly where everything else sits. So the bearskin rugs are a weird one. Maybe they had a little bit... I'm not sure there's an easy fix for that. I'd probably need some actual game screenshots as far as exactly where everything sits. So what the heck is going on with bearskin rugs? Okay, yeah, these have been removed. From the looks of things, you have to do some extra special processing on that. Because it doesn't get recorded as a floor change. Also, what the heck happened here? Oh wait, these things aren't properly aligned yet. So maybe the bounds are not what I think they are. Oh, here's the problem. I thought, oh yeah, we'll do arrays for optimization. Now the bearskin rugs are sitting slightly lower. Well, at least the walls seems... Okay, yeah, this does feel too high. And this feels too high. And these kind of feel a little bit high. So we might have to do some digging in game code to figure out why objects get placed where they are. Oh, yeah, I'm probably not going to do floor extension. That'd be a little bit too much. We'll see. So why are you... Well, also, this is a floor layer thing, so that might be a little bit different. Sprite processor. This could be drawing. It could be... Could be a lot of things. Speed map, clear map, all right, this is probably my custom mapping stuff. Oh, and then there's actually an effect that gets applied to floors, which we haven't dealt with yet. Whoa, there's floor animations. Adjust all frame counts. That's a different kind of floor. Check if we're on a floor. Handle anim sound. Draw. Underlying ground biomes. That will be an interesting adventure someday. Draw floors. Screen Y. Okay, coordinate, map offset, map I. We got a world, we got a screen Y, screen X is just times that. There's the floor hugging stuff. Draw hugging floor, draw hugging floor. This is some of the multi-pass stuff. Floor hugging pass. OID, ground, time val, pause. The hug. Where did it calculate pause? Ah, just screen X, screen Y, which for him, it's just multiplied by that. Now, I thought that was center. So he's using draw object anim with a pause. Which means it should follow the ordinary rules. Nothing special about floors. But these things have, there's like multiple overrides. Actually, draw object anim. No, so that I make an anim bank. There's anim pack. There's pack. This might be it. Anim was that thing. Wasn't the pause higher up in the list? And I'm highlighted. Oh, no, pause is down. All right, in pause. Draw object. Draw object anim. Doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot with that. There's no animation, which most floors won't have animation. It would just default down to draw object. And sprite pause, pause. Draw sprite. So the question here is that relative to center? Oh, so this is probably minor gems. Or maybe it's not. Oh, I should have done the search from down here. That will search through all of the object stuff in the build directories. Does give us a couple places to search, though. What the heck? It has to be somewhere, unless it's case sensitive. Oh, okay. We're in common source right now. This has to appear at least at the use site, which means we're not finding anything. That's the call to it, which means it is a case sensitivity issue. And once again, we have lots and lots of overloads. Which one are we looking at? Actually, that's the only one in Object Bank. Pause, InScale, rot, flip. Oh, this is still H. Oh, it's in game graphics. That might be it. Sprite pause is a GL Sprite MXMY in center. Okay, so for the API, he's passing in the center. Member X, member Y. So he's actually taking the sprite handle, modifying it. Well, this might actually sprite draw. That means there. Maybe this has the draw method. Prepare draw, draw. Compute corner pause, base scale. Center X offset. Set corners relative to 0, 0. Its rotation is no longer done. So where's center offset? M center offset. So there's also that. Who knows where that comes from? And then we have the XY that we specified as where to place it, which is going to be our center of map, presumably, or center of tile. M center offset. Zero, zero, zero. Set center offset is what the API is going to be using. Set sprite center offset. Okay. Sprite bank. Get sprite record. Center anchor Oh, we did see that in the sprite files. And the other place is what? Add sprite. Next. Oh, this is for like the editor. So the question is, center anchor offset. It seems to be considering that. So most objects seem, well, could this be actually supposed to be up here? Seems unlikely. What about my other edges? This is far more natural. This also seems to be up against it in just the way we'd expect. Which makes me feel like I'm not like a tile off. Wait. This is not looking good, though. We've got draw order issues, and we've got things being cut off at the bottom, which means they are being drawn down from where they should be. What's this? Unfortunately, this data format is not good for... So this is a tile boundary. That's a tile boundary, apparently. We're working out to a net negative on our drawing location. And yet, we have things that are right up against the edge and nothing that seems to be going over the edge. Oh, I know one thing I can do to sort out these relative locations, and it's like I knew I did this before. We turn this back on, and if things are off by an entire tile, that will make it very obvious. Oh, but we need you to be visible all the way down. No, those seem like the right spots. So what's happening? Oh, they might not be cut off at this level. Yeah, but now we've got object ordering problems. So these all seem to match. I mean, objects are where objects are. Where was my... So what's your problem? You're actually being drawn down too far. Okay. We can find out what that object ID is. Oop. Just go away. White pine tree. Since it's cut off, I can't tell, but it probably has needles. So it's probably a 100. Okay. We want if placement.id equals 100. Let's look at the entire object bounds. But I think OX and OY would be nice too. Okay, maybe it's not 100. What's the other one? Well, it is something that got interacted with, so probably somebody picked it up. Yeah, because that's a time transition, technically. So that's going to need 99. That's why it's on the map at all. What? Oh, that's object bounds. We need object bounds. Negative 113, negative 35. That sounds somewhat reasonable. The centering doesn't seem off. So I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to take this out so I can get a better sense of exactly where we're placing this. So that is a positive offset from the corner. So now you look good, and a bunch of other stuff looks borked. And what the heck is happening here? Because there's 3 objects here. Oh, yeah, this is completely translocated. What the heck? Well, these are objects, not floors now. What is this doing to floors? Okay, we still haven't figured out the bear rug problem. I could compare regular floors to bear rugs. Apparently it's not called wooden flooring. Wooden floor. So 485. Or actually, that should probably be a translation here. Bearskin rug. 656. And we're going to want to know what that is. So this is with that offset right now, or without the offset. So for most things, it seems like we need this. Although it's, I guess in general, I haven't really checked since doing... Yeah, okay, horse cart's a little off. These are kind of okay, but also need some more offset. And we've got trees that are just completely off. Oh, or is it being drawn by the top corner? Actually, let's just have a little check here. That would fit, that would fit. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yes, trees are being drawn by the top corner. So the actual offset we need is actually our top bound offset? So we think this is fine. And I might have to invert this. 2, 3. Well, that put that tree right off the... I need some isolated... Whoa. I can't tell if they're too far up or too far down. Well, we thought we might have to invert it. That seems more reasonable. And our bearskin rugs are lined up. Huh. Are roads normally offset like that? I don't pay that much attention. Might just be how things sit. All right, well, this can go back to translate. Don't need you. I would have to look at the grid debug mode to see how that fits. I'm not sure about berry bushes. I thought that those sat half over the tile. But these things are still pretty high up. Why would the berry bushes be a little bit higher? Oh no, they sit over where you're standing. They can be in front of you. Maybe they don't actually go over the tile. No, because I think I had problems with target selection if I was clicking on a certain part of the berry bush. I don't remember what that grid code is, though. You can hover things to get a grid, a bit, I think. Let me see if I can get a server running. All right, and then build Windows. Hopefully this matches my server version. All right, I'm particularly interested in berry bushes, although there's probably some other things. Okay, so you actually are a little bit low. Oh, it's when you have an object and you might need to set it down. Okay, they do sit pretty low. Wonder why I was thinking that was offset. Ooh. That seems pretty good. I don't have... One of the other towns had a fence alignment going. Somewhere, I think. No. Maybe it was this one? It's where somebody had some corner fences. Oh, these walls look okay. Maybe it's these fences? Well, those line up at least. Thought somebody had some wooden fence, though. No, it's just a little camp. Well, I thought I saw those all misaligned somewhere when I was looking around. Maybe it was in a different arc. Oh, they don't actually line up with any crosses, though. And I guess they would look kind of misaligned in general. Yeah, so that's looking pretty good. All right, so we don't normally want the... Are we printing anything? Yes, we're still doing a print from where we fetch this stuff. We want our pixel layer off most of the time. Sprite offsets. At the moment, I'm only using 2 of them. So perhaps I could get a smaller file. That's kind of down in the optimization. So one of these is reactor. Sprite offsets. Okay, so what's our next thing? I want to talk to those guys. I might, in fact, want to log that. There's also the floor removal detection. That's kind of an accuracy issue. I don't think it's going to change data format, though. Oh, that's a bunch more stuff to load. They just made it look better with the... Maybe the pixel background just distracted you a little bit. Yeah, it just gives it a different kind of structure. Do I have a note for that? I do not. That's kind of a low, and I guess I had this as a low concern, but it actually seems like it might be not too hard to do. These are data format things, though. Well, the sprite logs is going to be a hard one because that's going to be a lot of processing. The data levels of detail might save us a bit when we're really... You're just not going to see most of these objects. And we need to go back to... I just have to reload for that. And that is also going to need a copy of the sprite bounds so that it can calculate heights and widths and decide what is a large object and what is a small object. So that was one of the pieces of information that I actually needed to do sort of law determination on what objects we include. I'm not sure exactly, so that's where we cut everything out. 26, 25, I mean, even 24 is 1 per. I really just need colors there. If I only did like walls and floors and, well, I mean, even the trees even look terrible here, but could maybe do 25. And then we'll have to kind of figure out. I guess we scale it down and ask how many pixels we think that it's going to be. And figure out if that's a significant enough chunk to include in that detail level. However, I'm going to take a short break and then I'll be back to see if I can figure that out. See if that's the proper name of it, or if it's a medium. Oh, this changes everything. Oh my gosh. They weren't showing this in the trailers. put our bases on the ceiling now.
Do exactly as she says. Milton, oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, thank you so much, Milton. Oh my god. I'm like awestruck. What? Wow, guys, if you don't know Milton Peak, so I'm flabbergasted. So
Yeah, these look way more natural instead of just a rotten. I don't even know what to call it. Push it back. All right, duplicate. Let's see if this works. It may not. It's a test. Test. Come on. You're right there.
Yeah, it's basically World War I with cannibalism.
Jump! Woo! Jump! Jump! This is great! It's jump rope! Yeah!
I don't even know what we're doing. But if you think it's fun, I'll just humor you.
All right, welcome back. All right, so we need the object list. Wait, what? Huh? How long since what? Oh, I didn't pay precise attention. I need... I need to think about where I want to put these files too, and which files I actually need. So you... I think I kind of ignore everything in here. Or could I just have you relative reference that? It's a very peculiar setup. That would work. All right, Sprite processor we're not using right now. Not using you right now, not using you right now. So we need... I guess what we really care about is object sizes. So we need to load this once. Do we have... Okay, we might need to... Does it have a method just to load a file? Parse. Okay. Well, I mean, that's perfectly reasonable. I just thought maybe. Load. JSON data structure. Okay, yep. So let's do our same old. That needs the entire string. So this would be like file.read. That'll be an ugly mess. And then I don't think I have a console up for this yet. No such file. Public static objects.json. Oh no, that's right. I have to have that off in a far away directory. Because it got too big for my main drive. One day left of a... Oops. Okay, a bunch of stuff there. JSON.parse. We need... Oh, I don't know. I started modding it a while back. I don't remember exactly when. I mean, I might be able to look up the forum posts or something. Or maybe some old repository stuff. Alright, so objects. Oops, we've got other objects. I have to start playing Terraria first. What do we call this, like object master before? I need an ID indexed array. Yeah, I can find games easy enough. Well, I guess sometimes get into weird titles. Terraria is pretty well known. Naming is hard. I guess all we need is bounds, right? Or maybe permanent, but... Okay. We think it will just be an array. Oh, if I'm going to do object lookups, I have to actually parse the IDs a bit. Actually, this might be strings here. In which case, it's a hash. Object bounds for ID is each with index. Undefined method IDs. Oh, you're a hash, not a. So object master bounds. All right. Maplog. If we have one of these. So we've got object. We need an ID. There was like uses and something else. Yeah, there was you. And there was one other letter qualifier. I mean, I guess all I have to care about is that it's a letter. Sub f with nothing and split on any does word include numbers? That's general. Operator character classes space that does include numbers. Oh, a non-digit character. That works. Actually, 0 is the entire match. That is... Oh, this is a split, not a full regex. So it is... That final... Did I split? So the first thing we need to do is we want a small log. if it's one of these. See if that looks like it's getting the right stuff. I apparently didn't hit save. Okay, I'm not seeing any things in there. So we should be able to get that. What's the nil? Oh, there were a couple garbage objects in there. Oh, yeah, if it's a 0, if it's a 0, we care about if it used to be something we were showing. So for this log, well, we need our tile coordinates to look at stuff. I think we're going to assume that's always going to be floors or significant, so that's probably fine, but... Alright, so I need the bounds of this object. Or the bounds of the previous object. Well, I guess the floor does matter now. Well, if it was a floor... We don't have the floor removal yet. If it's a floor, just record it. And we have to redo this for the neighboring objects. Oh, actually, this would be a skip if it's an object and over, then we don't care at all. We do have to check our position now, though. So bounds, so if bounds, and I should probably calculate what I'm actually interested in here is the height and the width. Or really even the max of the height and the width. Is there really more of an object size? Equals bounds 2 minus bounds 1. Bounds 3, no, bounds 0. Minus bounds 1. So really all we care about is how big is it? All right, so if we have a size, if size and what's our threshold? We don't currently have this on for 25 right now. We think that might just be solid color. At 26, so 24 is 1 by 1, 25 is 2 by 2. 26 is going to be 4 by 4. So we know a thing that is 4 wide is definitely going to be visible. 4 wide or 4 high. Could probably even say 3 wide or 3 high. We're kind of starting to see the fences, which are probably up there as well. So something that's at least... Well, no, what I'm really concerned with is actual pixel size. So something that's at least 2 pixels in its widest dimension. Then yes. Well, if not size, or size less than... Do you want to say greater than 2? Then next iteration, else if, well, that's the implicit else. If there's no previous, then we just write it and we're done. Alright, so this is kind of acting as a filter. Alright, so if this object is large enough... actually, no, this is where we do this. If this object is too small, or we might be removing something. If the previous object was empty or too small, then we skip. If this object is too small and that object was too small, otherwise we have to record that something happened here. But this is... The size threshold changes, so that depends on zoom. So tile width. So really it's kind of a percentage of tile width. This is the tile width. We need like cell width. Which I had in the other map, right? Other project. Cell width and cell size. So cell size. So, this dude has to be cross window. So that's the total cell size. Now, how do we use that to determine the effective size of an object? So that's its width divided by cell size? Something that's more than a cell size. Well, that's going to be a ratio, not a pixel size. So at 26, no, because you divide that as we get bigger and bigger and bigger. Our cell size gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and that number gets smaller and smaller and smaller. We want to get... What's our effective pixel size? It's the ratio of that to 128. So that's the cell size. So our scale is... these are already on the scale of 128. Or no, cell size divided by 128? So as it gets bigger, a cell size gets bigger that approaches 1. Otherwise, we're getting a small number. Or we just pre-compute our minimum, which might make more sense. Could we just say min size is... But that needs to scale 2 pixels out of... So at cell size of 128, that's not right. And a cell size of 128, we want that to be 2. As cell size increases, we want that number to get larger. So that's 1. If the cell size drops, then our min size is 4, etc., etc., etc. So this is a smaller one. Oh, if there was no previous... Okay, if this thing is too small and there was no previous object here, then we just skip. Or if it's too small. So this makes it a little bit zoom dependent. So right now we're processing 1 file at 24, and I usually just go run this as a test. Yep. Undefected method ID for 877. 83. Oh, I put the object ID. Well, that's what I wanted. Actually. Okay, that went fairly fast. Did we write out? Yeah, we wrote out something. There may have been no floors in this one. All right. So let's go ahead and keep this a separate thing for now. Cool. Yeah, it's probably another hour for me. Config. We had this in here. Now we're doing everything from here, and this is only one particular thing, which is not the one I'm selecting by default. So I have to change that. Is it this one? I might be making some pizza myself. Parts 2 is undefined. Did I put the wrong thing out here? All right, which one was 1729? Yeah, I've got a place at the farmer's market that does these like wood-fired crusts, so I've been kind of doing a little bit of making my own a bit. I got the crust, but I put stuff on it. That's a 729. The 255. Snowflake. 29. 26. So that should actually be there. Key place test. Okay, I'm not sure how the conversation went there, but good for you. Wait, no, that's 4-2. And did I not change? 903. 4-2. Why? Is this in a directory that doesn't match anything? Why is this suddenly not matching? Maybe my skips are doing something. My next inappropriate here? it should be doing this thing. Why, after working for so long, are we not getting valid IDs? No, not you. Oh, it's the last entry. We need to do this sooner because we can skip over it now. So that it's still recording the last thing that happened. Even if it was a small object. So it's not you. Okay. There's a lot of trees. Oh, are trees the only thing that's that size at this level? Parts 2 is undefined. Maybe it was those. Yeah, okay, so that's the wrong filter. Oh, but I did this for 24. This would effectively be zoom 26. So at that point, trees probably would be about the only thing visible. Although you can maybe see a pixel here and there. Which is going to tweak how I manage some things. And in theory, we want to go down farther. I'm not sure how much farther. For now, we just need that. And I have to figure out how to make it load that. Next we had a whole other thing, so I didn't have to change that. So the easiest thing is probably just to kind of undo the subselection and just not look at the lower levels. I might kind of like to look at them. Key placement sprite. We grab this. We look for locations. Well, they're just locations within our area. So as long as we're doing that. So we kind of need to clamp this to the appropriate range. All right, so if we do math max, that actually takes care of, we're going up to 26, and then we do math dot min, that actually takes care of the upper end. No, math dot max is the lower end, 24. Math dot min of 26, and we are taking chords dot z. And I should probably just see if I could figure out, this is back one. War.z. Dev maybe broken something? Oh, no, here we go. Wait, so trees used to be visible at 24. Really? Oh, in its widest dimension. Maybe you have to have some consideration for narrowest dimension. Also, the 24 and 25 is not working at all here. And we know the trees were showing up, well, we were seeing them in something else. That's still 26. Maybe I got my min and max backwards. This will take the larger of 24 and this. This will take the smaller of 26 and z. Oh, but I'm assuming... No, z minus 24. Because that's where it's 1 to 1. Do I have any other assumptions of zoom 24 in here? I think that takes care of it okay. Response. There's stuff in the response. Oh, but this was 26. All right, so I'm at 24. If I reload, oh, that layer isn't even on. Isn't even on at these levels. Because most things just didn't show up there. And this is back one. Arcs. Hey, look, back one. Hey, you can see a few trees. You can see a few other things. Okay, that was weird. Why would you disappear? And this is as far as we had it, so it is probably still hiding some objects. Maybe I need to go by smallest dimension. That would probably cause the trees to disappear. Why did you blank out? Well, that might be a data problem. I probably need to have like a tile debug. Oh, well, maybe it has something to do with that. It can completely short circuit the process. Okay. 1121 has multiple problems. Pencil.log. I mean, the line should really tell us everything here. Assuming it's not blank. Okay, so it's not that. Oh. Okay, so my HTML server is returning an error message on some of these. Oh, response payload. You'd return to 404. It just also returned the body. So I guess I have to check the status here. This pipelined? This one is not pipelined. Console.log. It's probably just response.status. Status. I guess well, 404 specifically. Oh, there are probably anything 400 is going to be unhandleable. Is there... Don't see anything that suggests any helper methods there. Okay, so that takes care of that business. What the heck happened there? That's object stuff. This is where I need some kind of tile grid to tell me which ones I'm looking at. Because that seems to make no sense at all. Oh wait, did I not copy this over? Right, a whole map. 25, 26. So top layers, you see trees are probably only going to be about 1 pixel wide. Although I guess if your smallest dimension is less than 1 pixel, then that would probably be a pretty good invisibility condition. All right, I need a tile visibility layer. Biome layer, maybe, as a start. Not gonna have very much stuff, other stuff going on. Fractal density. fractal layer, all the biome stuff, fractal, monument layer, checker layer, probably not going to have any options. It will be a canvas. I probably don't need the separate draw tile, but sure. So in this case, we don't so much clear. Fill style. If chords.x plus chords.y %2 then we're going to want, I guess we start with the super simple. And I could actually just do global alpha on this to not worry about the colors. The layer I copied did not have that, so. And figure out how we want to do that. And I guess that's going to be the positive, make it white. Fill rect, and that's probably about it. Well, I'm going to have to do some other stuff, but because I'd like to draw tile coordinates on there. We got pizza. And then I need to put this in overlays. And inhabit. I saw it briefly. That is interesting. I guess because everyone got added later. Oh, grid layers are normally base layer things. So can I set your default options to overlay pane? There we go. And that could probably be a little bit more faded. And then, how do we do text? Fill text and stroke text. So we need to invert this. Context dot fill text. This is going to be at tile.width, tile.height. Okay, it's there. It could be larger. And so that looks like I don't have good means to permanently center that. Font defines the font properties. Can I just say that's probably going to be too big, but we can work from there. Oh, right. Actually, what we need is I think that's enough for us to specify a font face. Apparently, I do. Or it really didn't like that size. I wish I knew what the current font was. Tenpix sans serif. If we want something larger, that's 10. Time from 5 minutes. Oh. More non sequiturs. Tile width. Better. How do I know the width of this? I think there's a measure text thing. Measure text text. But what does that give me? It returns a text metrics objects, which gives me height and width, apparently. Let's see, this is tile width. Drawing it there. So I think this is tile width minus metrics.width. Tile height minus metrics.height. Okay. Maybe not. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Oh, that only gives me width. So let's assume and it's going to be that. Okay, apparently you need to be plus. And, well, if we get, well, no, because what's visible if we get farther afield? These numbers will get a lot larger. Oh, super zoom. All right, zoom 23 is beyond what we're testing. Zoom 25. Do I expect stuff over there? I do expect stuff over there. So we've got a problem with 1, 0 at zoom 26. Oh, we have a problem with 1, 0 in general. What about you? Are these? No. Oh, wait, that has a little bit of stuff in it. All right, well, we know that this one, 1, 0 at zoom 26. 1 has data in it. Oh, I may have been assuming stuff about the contents of that. All right. That's a test. So we got our checker layer. Key placement sprite. This is indeed 26, 0, 0. Why these are all 0, 0? This suggests we're calculating the wrong coordinates. Although 0, 0 has stuff in it. And yeah. Maybe I'm fetching the wrong stuff. I mean, the other stuff seemed okay. That seems like not excessive amounts of 0, 0. There's all our objects. Although, oh, this is 25 is blanked. Double check 25. This was 1, 0. There's definitely data there. Is that what we fetched? 1, 0. Does the range that I put into here not match? Because I haven't really done other zoom levels yet. Not match with what it's expecting. So in 1, 0, we expect so these patterns seem to generally match up with the biomes. They seem correct-ish. But yeah, every time we go over here, it's like these still feel correct, but these don't. So in tile 1, 0, we expect so this is game 0, 0. So we expect this is 25, not 24. So we expect 128 to 255 or 256 x and less than 128 negative y's. There are definitely those things in here. Now, are we fetching the right tile for the right? Oh, wait a minute. Right. Cell size. I was converting this to 24, which is what this is. So what I probably have to do is do like data zoom and then get from here to data zoom. And we broke something else badly. Missing variable name, 47. Oh, carried a comma up here. Okay, now we've got data all the way down. All right, so I know we had a small, was it their camp up here? No, that's not the one I was looking at. Which one was I looking at? Over here? Yeah, so that looks like a It's at 27, which we only took this down to 26. So that's definitely invisible. So this is going to be 8 by 8 and I'd have to look at how big that thing actually is. But maybe effective 1 pixel would be the rule. So if we do the minimum size, and which itself will already have a pretty big effect on this, I think. So maybe that still works. Map. All right, output. Map. We got this entire directory, right? We've still got a milkweed stock. I'd say it's invisible at 27, though. Never mind 26, which, I mean, even the log here is effectively invisible at 26. Oh, I actually have to be more careful about this because we might simply not generate tiles if there's nothing in them. It's like that number changed. Oh, that's still got the same number of things, so I still see some things that are just dots here. We still have a milkweed stock. I mean, are things disappearing because they're lotting out? Do I have the same process for pixel stuff? No, because you only ever render at 24. Although you do render 24. Wait. Oh, but you're locked to zoom 24, so... But you assume that is the only thing you get... Because it's always going to be 256. So it just assumes a one-to-one correspondence. We can still look at 24 to see if it looks different. Because we did update that data. Oh. Okay. So yeah, that gives us a peek at what got cut out there. So this did get cut out at that zoom level. The fact that it's still here means it's on 26, and it's already invisible at 27. Oh, you know what? I changed from... No, I changed to object size min. And 1 pixel? Where is... I think I went ahead and copied this whole thing. Oh, I know what the object is, and that's what we're really looking at. That is 57. Oh, is that going off image size? Oh, no, actually what I need to know is the bounds. So this says it's 39 pixels, which I guess I could see showing up there. But like trees are probably going to have less fudge around them. What is the reported bounds? Well, it's kind of a pain in the butt to find. Because we've got formatted. I need to know 57. No. Yeah, the problem is we're kind of in order here. I mean, it's not far from the bottom. Also, it's hard to read width out of this. There's some that look pretty small, though. All right, so we have a large amount of transparency. That's not really going to scale to like the trees and things. So my object pixel layer is not currently set up to handle lower resolutions. It would have to calculate its resolution based on the zoom. Make the canvas that big, and then it might work. Also, what is... Oh, that's probably a different... No, it's not a different biome. I guess that's one of the bugged objects that has an invalid ID of some sort. Likewise, what's going on here? All right, so at 24, we know all that stuff disappears. At 26, we know that's all there. What would it take to get a pixel layer? Wrong window. Still just me. So you do chords. So when we get tile size. Chords.x times tile size. We still need tile size there. What would this be? Cell size. Oh, this is tile width from the program. Think. How are we using tile width? Divided by there? Yes. Where's my cursor? Thank you, Windows. Show me my cursor next time. We like jumped all over that place. All right, create tile. Tile width. Tile width. Wait, this is pixel. Width and height is tile. Okay, which then uses these things as set. Where do we use those? Oh, because you only care about the things that actually are in bounds. And then it's tile width, tile height, tile size. For coordinates. Chords.x, chords.y times. But this only ever had the draw where tile size was the same as height and width. Well, all right, so does this hold up at Zoom 24? It holds up at Zoom 24. Max native zoom. Zoom is not defined. $1027. Oh, yeah. Chords.z. Oh, and this is the Ruby syntax. Okay. Oh, so now I can't zoom into the other layer, but we can see what 25 looks like. Okay, so 25 actually doesn't include this, so that's something. Although I would say, like, the bowl goes out at 26, not even 25. All right, so we only have data up to here. And then that's almost everything. Oh, I think these weren't here before. They are also practically invisible at 26. Maybe what I have to do is shrink the bounds by a little bit, kind of assuming every object has a fixed size border around it. Could that be a negative, though? Where is... How about something really small? $35. $34 by 33. So we could probably cut it down by like 10 pretty safely. Of course, I'm almost thinking, 15 would be half of it. You could almost say 10 on each side. Map. Too many windows. Oh wait, this thing needs to be cleaned out actually. Output, because we're going to be doing possibly empty data sets. I mean, I guess it'll just be an empty file. Okay, so that... Yeah, you can start to see some stuff falling out, but these pixels are already... Because they're behind the object pixels. All right, so level 26. Level 25. You can see like a dot on some of these. That still seems almost too lenient. Do we have to consider like 10 pixels of padding on each? So what do we got? 1570 to 55. 15. This is by 39. Yeah, that seems like about 15 pixels of padding on all edges. console. Oop, was I not done yet? Oh, well, this is level 26. We might expect a milkweed stock to have disappeared by that point. How does it affect? Trees are still there. So at level 26, I would say those bowls don't show up. So we chopped off all the edge, did a 1 pixel. Well, it might be like sort of half of 1 pixel and half of the other, how it's landing on the pixel boundaries. Wow. Well, I think at far distance, showing fewer objects is probably okay, but wow. I mean, I guess for the smaller objects, cutting this down more, but I mean, that's going to start getting into negatives pretty quick. Map. Output. All right, we are at 26. Wow. All right. So what is the math of a bowl? Oh, the problem is going to be finding the bounds of this. We don't care about the net bounds. Should be the same as the image. The weird thing is, I'd swear that he removed the transparent pixels from this. So 235. Easiest way to get that. What I really want is bounds. All right, so we're saying that goes, that it's 58, and that is like 67. No, it's 56. So calculator. This should be okay, so that's 26 pixels tall. We are doing zoom 26. So cell size is that's 2. You don't have multiple powers, do you? This is the pixel size of it, which is fine. Wait. Oh, yeah. 2 to the 0 is 1. 2 to the 1 is 2. So 26 is a 4. That doesn't look right. 32. 16. And we got a 26. So something's going wrong here. Something is awry. So I guess we're going to have to do some spam and then just look for cases. Object size. Oh. I can do this if it's a replacement. But if it's doing that, what I actually want to write is 0. Or is this a case of this thing not being replaced? What had been? So this case, if there was a previous thing and that thing was small, wait, we would have never put a small thing in there. If it was large enough to show, no, wait a minute. We never placed it there if it was too small. If previous and previous not equal to 0. If this thing is small and previous size, you don't even have a size. Then we erase it. Else we can just skip. So maybe that's it. Nope. We're still getting these bowls. Which it says our min's, oh no, 26, min size is 16. So is min size actually too big? I must be calculating my visible size wrong. I'm not saying if our cell size is 4, that's 32 pixels of stuff. If it's smaller than half of that, so maybe it's just kind of falling between the cracks here. That still seems like a really small object, though. That will drop us from 6. No, wait, it was min size 16. Drop it if it's less than 16. If it's small enough, consider dropping it. Oh, wait, you need to skip. Well, we're still at 388, so no. I guess there's not actually any empty tiles to worry about there. No. That's actual 26. And they're still there. What am I doing wrong here? Okay, so that's going to be world pixels. Wait. No, that's grid coordinates. At 24, it is 1, 2, 4, 32. That's like 8. It's not a floor. Oh, are these... These are nexting out, so if the object is too small, we're not going to put it in the overage area. That's not right on a boundary, is it? No. Oh, wait, size less than min size. Exclude it. Oh, am I going the wrong way? We said it was 26. We keep making this smaller. Oh, so 32. So if I do this as 1, that's going to be min size 30. Oh. So I guess what I really want to be saying is going back to maybe 2 pixels. Might expect more cut out there. Oh, well, you can kind of see some of the walls hanging out there. That's good. Oh, wait, have I actually rerun this? We're thinking that doesn't really changing much. I guess this could get to excluding some stuff again. Yeah. Why does it only have 319 files out of 388? Maybe it's counting the directories? Oh, that doesn't show the... So these things were... Oh, yeah, because they had the stakes on them. We might want to do something different for that level. So the walls show up. Okay, now we don't see those bowls. Milkweed stalk. 27. Well, these are very thin objects. This probably doesn't help. But we could perhaps go back to 2. I guess I could... if I'm overriding an entire directory, I'm not sure if the copy command will do quite what I want. Well, it's going to be even more aggressive on the fences and trees. All right, those are visible. Those seem... Oh. I cut out a lot more. We got those things. Yeah, those are a little bit bigger berry bushes. So for the actual size this is drawing, I mean, I guess you got a little bit of a dot of a berry bush before. How visible was that? I mean, it tells you something is there. Oh, the bowls are gone now. Okay, I can't... Maybe it's like 1.5? Nope. That didn't take. Okay, we got the berries. And those tools are just about gone. I think their dimensions are not necessarily equal to their thickness. And I guess maybe the real answer here would be like, you actually like blur the image down. So I used to be able to determine some patterns here. So I might have to do some additional tuning in the sense of like maybe we always show permanent objects or something. Or just have a separate data set for the top level layer. So 25 isn't very different. All right, so, and then this is going to zoom in until everything. I have to figure out, I guess I'm going to want to count excluded objects until that drops to 0. Oh, this is going to be per zoom pass, probably. And I guess really per server? And then anytime we nope out of here, well, anytime this thing happens, is where it's going to do it. So Okay, that is... Now, this is at every level of, or individual placements, not final tiles. But it does tell us that we've got quite a ways to go before we need to worry about everything. And this is where it starts to slow down a lot. So we're still excluding a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, this is counting the zeros. Of which there are many, 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 many. Okay, 62,000, 44,000, 17,000. Got to crunch on that one for a while. And we're still excluding 4,000 objects. It's probably like gooseberry seeds and stuff. All right, well, it took a little bit of time. So can we jump up to 29? Which maybe we don't need to record gooseberry seeds. They're not exactly major features of the landscape. Now, some of the alum things might be important to track. They're probably more interesting in their natural spawn locations. And this is why I cut off doing LODs on this. Still 397. The individual files are going to be getting smaller and smaller. Yeah, 1 kilobyte. 1 placement. We're already at that level. Yeah, some places are denser. This is going to kind of represent all of the data. Oh, well, we're still filtering some stuff out. But this is also a smaller run. This probably filters out a lot. Now, 31 is the 1-to-1 scale. Now, I might have to back off on my outline shrinking a little bit. Because I think I'm going to have to, and it might be like gooseberry seed, there's 397 of them. I'm going to have to check on which objects are getting excluded here. 262. All right, let's go back 1 level. If size... 35 was the gooseberry seed, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, so it's gooseberry seed. It is 134. Flint arrowhead. So, I mean, these aren't entirely unreasonable things to say, yep, that's really small. Dry bean pod. And right now, I mean, this is 29, so this is, I guess our margin of error is like 4 pixels. 1160. All right, so we've got, ooh, is this less than 15 pixels of space? Ooh, okay. This only has 10 pixels of buffer on the sides. 0, so that's more like 15. But the top and bottom is what would be its smallest dimension. So this is 51 by 36. We're dropping 30, so that's 6. At 29, we're at about 4. Okay, that seems reasonable to drop. Where was... I think I closed the gooseberry seed. Uh, 34 by 33. I guess it's actually a little bit larger than that. So maybe it's more like 14 pixels around. Because that would go down to about, if you cut that in half, it would be like 2 pixels. And it's about 1 pixel there, actually. I wonder what it is that causes it to expand so much. And maybe it's doing that to allow for shadows in one tech. Or maybe that's in the underlying sprites. They definitely seem to have some buffer space. So if you just unioned all of their sizes and they had buffer space. Oh, I thought I saw something in there about clear and transparent. All right. So if I cut this off, well, I mean, flint arrowheads, I mean, none of this is really structure. So we generated this one thing down to 30. Actually, I was playing with limits here. And that's a whole lot of files. So this, so pixels, so we have this all down to 30 actually. Oops. Which is kind of crazy. So maybe we don't need all that detail? Yeah, because this, I mean, I might just have to say, okay, at our maximum, we pick some maximum zoom, and that just includes all of the detail. It's going to be small enough that we're not going to be loading those files as much. And it beats doing a lot more levels of zoom. Oh, wait. My sprite layer has a built-in limit, which I might want to have that actually process the max zoom values. Wait, is this the same town? Okay, there's the bowls. They cut out at 26. Yeah, you can see them there. Crop rows. I mean, you might have been able to see those below that. We'd have to know where a really small object was. Because, like, yeah, that almost disappears. Needle almost disappears. So that's... Okay, I think that's a leaflet ordering thing. Possibly because I have the two layers on at once. I did not see that before. Maybe I need to do some explicit Z-ordering on that. Of course, I had larger tile then, which might have hidden some of the effects. Ooh. That? Because I was only doing the data fetch. At a larger tile, but I still had the smaller tiles being drawn. There's a leaf. Well, this still excludes gooseberry seed. Oh man, that's... What the heck changed there? Maybe because I have to fetch new data, it's changing the order in which things are able to complete and get drawn. I'm just a little weirded out because we had everything going nice on... Yeah, because the tiles are supposed to be overdrawing. So that they actually include all that extra stuff. And this is a plenty big enough object that it should have carried through. So, 30. So I guess really negative 16.5 is going to be the question of, does this include this tile's stuff? So negative 17.5 should have a tree in it. What's a cedar? Cypress. No. Juniper. $49. Okay. Negative 65.23. And then negative 16.5. Should also have, ooh. What did I break there? Tile width. I only used to be doing this at 256. But that did change. Tile X, tile Y. Percent tile X. Oh, the offset within the tile, well, that should be fine. Shoot, and that's really detailed down there. Or is this in, well, no, we looked at the data files. There is no cypress tree here. So the problem is the data files. Long dot y percent tile width. Less than 2, tile width minus 2. Has this been wrong all along? Wrong language. Is this ever happening now? So we're looking at 30. I could probably go a little bit smaller. No, that's a diff. Did I expand this window to see stuff? Nope, no, it just got a lot smaller. You're going to have a lot more small objects. Yeah, see lots of 0, 1s. I mean, that's the over, okay. I guess with the bounds, I could actually judge if it's a large enough object now. But that we need to get this to actually work first. So it is doing this. All right. How do I make this not incredibly painful? Key place test. Ooh, let's also key place test. Now I need my input files. So we were using this one because it was nice and small. Edit. Sure. We know the exact line if I've still got it up. This is the one that doesn't have it. Do you have any windows? Actually, what I really just need is this. And then that's the map. Output, key place test. That's the timestamp which I'm getting from the file name. Or am I getting your actual start time? Oh, my server thing might be doing some matching as well. One, 5, 6, 4, 6, 2, 5, 380. And then we say next unless that. And did I clear out output? That's way the heck too much stuff. What the heck? Oh, there's probably trailing zeros. Not you. Nil class. Did I possibly write that such that it had a trailing return Or the original file did not. No. Oh, but there's supposed to be a timestamp in here. I removed that. A timestamp can be at 0. That's not super important to what we're doing right now. Okay, we got an offset to 1, 1. Right, it's going to end up in a different directory. It's going to be the start now. 16.6? What? Okay, I might be able to see how that's within 2 tiles of here, but why didn't it go into 16.5? Oh, shoot. I got this to work for any one case. I have to... If it's in this corner, it might need to be visible here. You can sometimes have descenders into here, and it could overage that way. Things down in like this corner could overage much easier. But we have to go into up to 3 tiles. So we now have to say... Ew. Over x is not equal to 0. If over y is not equal to 0, this should almost be a... This is a 2D loop. There are some very particular coordinates here. And do you have to do this in either of these cases? I mean, I guess I could make up a list of coordinates to write into and then deal with this in a loop. Or could we? Because if we do this, you do have to do it in every single one of these. And this will have to do 4 lines because it's 1 for this and then also 1 for... I'm going to have to check that. So then this could turn into... And you turn into... And we still need some of this. And then we can say... Do we already have to call tile? I think I gotta check for that. Oy. Oh, this is only an and, not an or. Because we've already got the ors up here. So this is yeah, this might cause a multiplication of data that's not worth it at the lower end. Okay, now we have negative 16.5. All right, what do I do with you? Guess I put it down here for now. And then just everything has to be redone. Because all our edges are wrong. We just couldn't see it before. Key place test. Okay. Now, I was not printing at the zoom scale here. Although I think this one has to rebuild its 30. So I think it started writing out. Yeah, just a lot to write out. So this might actually be kind of a data expansion. Now we're going to get some overhead from... So that's 8 kilobytes. We're cutting some data out. Size on disk is going to be larger for a number of files. Actually, it's already quite a bit larger. So that's a 2 times expansion for number of files. 200 kilobytes. Now we are like adding in new data as well. 419. As we get more and more objects. 697, 1 megabyte. One megabyte, 2 megabytes. So we're starting to get a lot of a small file inefficiency. I don't know if that'll affect the as delivered, but that's still going up, and we're still writing 30. But I think I might have to have a full detail cutoff and then put back some of my code there. Oh, you haven't fully written yet. Yeah, it like cached that or something weird. That makes no sense at all. Unless it's doing some special like small file compression. Anyway. How you do... Oh, because you have to copy it. Do we still have that open? Oh, map. Probably a bunch of files around the edges that we didn't edge into before. Yeah, so this data size actually wasn't too bad when you only had the one zoom. It's just a lot of stuff you had to be drawing at the higher levels here, or trying to draw if you had it there. So we've still got some debugging going. Where that's probably data chords. Yeah. And somewhere in here will ask me about all the duplicated files. We probably edged ourselves into 10 minutes, really? I don't think it took that long last time. I guess we've got a lot of bloom around the edges of the small tiles. So I just have to put in a provision to say once we hit a certain level of detail, just include everything. Because the overage on the small tiles is not really helping us. And I guess you could pick a tile size to go to and then still have different tile sets as far as inclusion of objects. That might make a bigger difference in the time version. Oh, it goes a little bit faster when it's replacing files, apparently. Already got space on disk allocated. The LODs are probably going to need some fine tuning. In particular, I might want to just do something to include, I don't know, permanent objects or walls and floors, if you could identify that as being always at that highest level, and then that would give you that sort of top level like roads and walls rendering with the blocks. All right, so that's 1 pixel to 1 pixel. Oh, wait, did I say... Yep, that's what I wanted. Max native zoom. No, this thing is fine. It's data that... And it manages that. So I guess I can't use max native zoom there as the cutoff condition. So that should, I mean, you can maybe tell things are disappearing a little bit earlier than they would just by pixel size. That should balance out number of things we're drawing a little bit. Oh. What now? Level 31 and level 30. Negative 19. Negative 3 and negative 2? Right, in leaflet coordinates, that makes sense. And we're looking for a maple tree without branch. 48. All right, so properly speaking, it is appearing in negative 2. All right, negative 74, 6. I thought I fixed this. All right. Test file again. So we had that. No, that was in the cache. Oh, we still got this open somewhere. Which price wasn't great? We moved it. That's negative 19, negative 19. There that is. We still got this open. Still got that open. Time doesn't really matter. No, too many windows. All right, at 30. Yeah, at 30. Test file. And it was test. Now it's double test. Okay, that's the cache. Output. All right, 19. Did I find the right one? All right, can't. Like in too close. Yeah, I don't have the radical actually down detailed enough. I believe that's believably a 6. That's negative 80. Wait. It's the wrong one. What the? Negative 19. Negative 19.3. Negative 19. Negative 74. Oh, is this... Oh, no, it is going that way. Okay. Negative, negative, negative. Okay. So why are you going in negative 1? How is this working if I had my X and Y backwards? Because I put it in the wrong tile entirely? I'd swear I like did that and had to flip it or something. So of course it's not going to draw that one. Okay, so apparently I closed that. So now this is where we might have to do a full wipe. Because we're going to put some things in the wrong place. Or put things in tiles that may have had nothing else in them. I guess I was really only checking 30 right now. Did I maybe end up using a data set with that stuff flipped? And I thought that was right. Maybe the tile boundaries I'm looking at weren't the data tile boundaries? And the other side has it right? But yeah, we're probably getting like 100% overage on this. And even 29 would be limiting the amount of drawing we'd be doing somewhat more reasonably. Or even 28 would make it not terrible to be doing more than we needed. But this has been good for negative 80. Negative 19. No, that was negative. No, down. Negative 19. Yeah. Oh, that's so much stuff. And this is why I'm thinking I don't want to be processing that every time we have a new arc. And then this is also going to be kind of painful. Oh, wait. I didn't clear either of these. And the 30 is going to be the biggest one. Well, it will at least be able to replace it, and then I'm going to have to come back and check that later. Because this stuff all has data in it. And that's going the wrong way. Output. Map. These got switched around somehow. I guess I could have kind of just copied these couple tiles here. Would have been sufficient for proof of concept. Map, notes, what are we doing? We're working on data logs. That question's probably getting near to resolved. At some point, it's going to hit the you want to replace, then go a bit faster. It's still going to take a while, but it's going to go a little bit faster. Did it really get that much slower? I thought it was like 2 minutes last time. Maybe it still has to adjust. Hmm. I guess to the extent that it worked with the full data set before, I could have actually just gone through and skipped drawing at the larger stuff. Be a little bit more work for to filter stuff out, but you wouldn't have to actually do the drawing operation. All right. So check the data. -30, -19, -3. Oop. Wait. What? Did I forget to change my output directory? Yes, I did. All right. You have been completely cleaned out, so there's actually no reason to keep that. Can't do that until it finishes deleting. Close all the windows. You go away, please. Okay, so you were the test data. We're originally trying to keep that separate. 30. This was around -19. And it still takes a while to copy. Yay! All right, so that suffices for proof of concept. Probably 28 would be good enough. All right, because we haven't copied over the rest of it yet. I was looking at object disappearance. 28 might be a sufficient full generation point. I'll have to have a special case for that. And I'll probably run that in the background because it is getting late. I want to get on to lunch. I kind of moved on into LODs and I wouldn't mind checkpointing things. So that the test is going to move over. I'm not going to worry about it now. This is my grid layer. We've still got some of the error detection in there. Picking a different test layer. That is going to change the bounds of that. Hopefully this will just be a little bit of cleanup here. Anyway, I should be closing down and fixing this up later. Thanks for watching. Thanks to everybody who hosted me. Well, let me see if I have anything to recommend. Probably don't do as much of, as I'm usually ending up earlier than this. All right, how about Thanks Games doing some UI stuff. I don't know if there's any, I guess I get into level of details type stuff, but if it's someplace cool to hang out, that's someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.